Alright, hello
Most
there.
humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
Man, every time I get started on this game, the characters chime in at that exact moment. That's just good timing. Anyway, we should be doing some Jungle Wars today. I have the desire to, but it's already past 9 o'clock. I'm a little slow getting started on streaming, so we're gonna play some Genshin and do some more Genshin missions because I have a lot of stuff. I'm noticing everything is highlighted. It's been a few days since I last logged into this game. Now the new event's going. Muddy Bizarre Adventure. So maybe we'll check that out. We still have to do the previous event. Yoimiya had a birthday. Happy birthday. Did fireworks lady. I didn't mean to go to party setup. We're fine.
Traveling to other worlds is...
Why is this highlighted? Oh, they actually switched stuff over. I see. Stone Thresher. And the Memory of Dust. I would like the Memory of Dust, actually. I'm wondering if this would work with your skill. And not just... I'm wondering if that weapon works for...
What anyone seems to be
Yai.
writing about these days.
And not just for, Ningguang. I mean, obviously it works, but I wonder if it works with her off the field. Guess I can do some test runs at these two characters. I would do a 10 pool. I don't particularly care about Aratiko. He's I guess.
Attaboy!
I'm just not particularly interested in the guy.
Dodge this!
As a dutiful maid would.
He's not even the star of his own test demo here. Fucking Noel with the instantaneous supercharging.
Who wants some of this?
Gotta say, alright, he's the star of his own show when he gets going. He does some serious damage. But yeah, we're just gonna do some questing today. We're just gonna hang out and chill. We'll get back to Jungle Wars tomorrow. Hopefully. We'll test Kuki out. I'll open a 10-pack, hoping to get Kuki. I doubt I get either Kuki or Aratiko.
The bond is strong.
The sword user. I haven't seen anything with this chick, so I don't know what she does.
Lightning purified.
The only thing I know is she has like a snake sword, kinda, sorta.
Let's spark the... You're toast! I'll settle this. Our bond is strong.
Because I didn't just focus on her, I have no idea what she really did. She just seems like a decent attacking character. Maybe she's energy recharge heavy? I don't know. Hey, what else can I get? Eh. Alright, pearls would be nice, but eh. We have a new hangout event. Right, I have to hang out with what's her name too. Or no, I have her side quest. It's not a hangout event. Alright, we've unlocked that. So I've spent my keys. I'm gonna be boring and do my daily chores first, and then we can hang out. Right, this one. Umbrabilis Orchis. Orchid umbrella. Or umbra. Not umbrella. I need to, do my quest. Who's that guy? Do my expeditions, do all the chores before we get started for the day. And the window popped up. Oh, controller, come on. Play nice today. I'll try and make some good headway with Genshin. We'll probably just play Genshin tonight, but if I do make good headway, I might switch over to, it's this quest. Might switch over to some Mega Man. Doesn't mean it gets to the story mode. I think we can make some story progress. Maybe do some
If
tower.
this rain keeps up, my fur will be dripping wet.
Indeed. Let's tag you out. My Yai is reliant on that book where she tags in afterwards. Oh no, it's an ambush.
Into the wind.
I picked the wrong test subject. Okay. On to our next little chore here. Excuse me. Every time you see the camera turn left like that, that's just the controller looking out all by its lonesome.
Right now.
Surprised I killed that guy. On to the next pit stop. Almost done. We're halfway there, practically.
Shine down. Rise. Emerge. Right here. Right now.
This guy is kind of annoying to kill for this team. Because all he does is he blocks the light. You would think the lightning would strike above his head or something, but
Right
no,
here.
that's
Right
not how
now.
that works.
Right here.
Good turrets. Yeah, no convenient lightning strikes. Somebody's on fire, and they're dying a painful death. Silly hilly churl.
Shine down. Emerge, right now. Emerge.
Okay. Back to the map. Back to this lady.
Time to go.
Look at that. Damn it, controller. I can't believe the stick thing, whatever the sensor is fucking broken. I can't believe it. I need a new controller so very badly. I do wanna use up our stuff. I'm gonna do a boss fight real fast, trying to farm for EI. And it's very, very slow farming for EI. I don't have a good team to fight. What's her name? Raiden. Shogun. Is that what you told me? The Redeemer key? Okay. But yeah, I need to fight Raiden Shogun. So I can max out Yai's skills very, very slowly. This battle takes a while. I mean, it makes sense if Free's team is not ideal against her.
My will
And the fact that she constantly moves around.
Spirit Blade.
Cryo incarnate.
But I don't have anything else better than this. And Zhongli's shields are just so fucking lethal.
Swift and merciful.
The eye sweeps the lands.
Oh yeah.
Order guide you.
Order guide.
Rise.
Let me weave you a verse.
Shit.
Take your
One with my blade.
Stop teleporting.
Whence you came.
on the land of eternity.
There you go.
Stabilize.
Evasion is futile. My will embodied. This body red outlines your
Swift and merciful. Spirit Blade.
by ordinance divine.
Especially this phase. I don't know how to do a lot of damage to this phase. It takes a while.
Witness the power of purge all obstacles. In spirit. Transfiguration. Witness the final calamity.
Touch of frost.
My will embodied.
Yes, no instant killing, please.
Eternity is in my hands. No, my sword.
Tank it.
From
Gather.
whence you came. Forth my blade.
My will embodied. Do your master's bidding, Ring Cutter.
I will have order. Quake. Submit for judgment.
47,000 damage. Damn, Changyun. Never seen you hit so hard before.
Obey me! This I will wipe them out!
Oh shit, my shield.
Solidify!
Rain outlines your fate.
From whence you came, swift and merciful.
Transfiguration!
Only emptiness awaits.
Yeah, I can't kill her fast at all. Nice, that's exactly what I wanted, except I wanted 3. We only got 2. At the very least, I don't have to convert them. And why you looking a little wounded there, UK? Okay, I'm not gonna do the other bosses now. I'll do the other bosses on my own. Everybody else is pretty free. Just a bit of time consumption. Where am I headed? We need a mission to do. Let's just start with Calculated Gambit. Right, because we had started that last time by accident. In Liwa. Liwa. I don't have enough swords. It's never enough swords. Oh yeah, before we do this, let's do your pack opening too. So we're gonna try 10. We either get really, really lucky. I'm nowhere near. I picked up Yelan recently. Yeah, she was the very last thing I got, so my pity is completely reset. But you never know, you might get lucky. I'll just do 10. Always like to do 10 on a banner. Oh, we got Kuki, so that's better than I thought I would do. Nice. Welcome to the team. Oh, she does take her mask off. Alright. I didn't turn on my Discord thing. That was my Discord. Hello. I didn't mean to swap over. A little quiet, but yeah. Hold on a second. Oh yeah. I'm actually streaming some Genshin. What are you doing? A little bit. At the moment, Shenhua, Chongyun, Shincho, and Chongli. Yeah, I tried to keep up. Alright, what does she do exactly? Oh, hells, yeah. Just been hard at it for a few days now. She's a healer? She's a healer? I didn't realize she's a healer. We have a new healer? Wait, how does this work? The HP consumption from using this skill can only bring her to 20% HP. This costs HP. Oh, it costs her HP. And it follows her current active character around, dealing electro damage. How long does it last? 1.5 damage or Activates every 1.5 seconds, last 12 seconds. What is that? It's 3, 6, 9, 12, so it ticks 8 times. 8 ticks. 15-second cooldown, which is really like a 3-second cooldown. That's not bad. Damage is low, but it heals. It's kind of like a Chi-Chi, but lightning flavored. What does your ult do? Does your ult heal? Excoriating? What the hell's excoriating? Hey, hey. I had no idea. Oh, she's HP based. It's kind of like Hu Tao. That gets better if she's under half HP when you use it. So she heals only with this aura. Let's put her on a team and take a look at her.
My
I want to see her
World be
idols and
saved.
stuff. Replaced.
Wait for my signal.
Ah, fuck. I do that every time I change the team, and I think it's just gonna swap to the selected team, but you have to hit the deploy button. See your idols, lady.
What should I try this time?
Never paid attention to her hood design before, and it's just like a Shogun helmet. Alright, we saw this one on the thing. It's actually pretty cool looking. I'll wait for one more idol at least. They usually have, what, 2 to 3? Depends on how long they've been out. So she might have 3, she might only have 2.
If the Arataki gang stirs up any trouble, I'll drag every last one of them back to apologize.
Yeah? Where were you during that festival recently? Where they were hogging up the photo booth. Okay, a little flare. That proc's kind of fast. I guess 1.5 seconds isn't very long. I might be able to make use of this character. But she's kind of like an infinite. She recovers fast on her thing. Standard 2/swing. I wish they would make that more original for some people. She should teleport. The damn ninja. Let's see a ninja technique. Alright, well. I'll have to look in the Shinobi. I haven't done any like research on her. I knew she was coming eventually, and there she's coming now. I'll level her up as much as I can at the moment. She wants Naku weeds and these fucking things. I don't really want
If
to
you haven't
farm
mastered the base,
spectral husks. Ah, she wants rune serpent crap. Yeah, I haven't really farmed any of that. Thanks for the pack. Get rid of this.
if you haven't mastered the basics, then there's no point in even trying to discuss it. That's the purpose of a basic level certificate, to show you actually know something.
Alright. One more thing. Mihoyo, when are the extra skins coming? You guys haven't released anything in a while. Okay, back to our agenda. We're here to hang out with Yelan at the moment, and then we'll hang out with Shinobu later and see how she is one-on-one.
Uncle Tien, we're here to chat with you.
Oh? What a lovely surprise. Welcome. Oishi, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea?
Fresh pot of tea. That's right, Nod.
I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently. I would very much like to hear your adventure stories.
Adventure stories.
Hoishin told you, didn't she? Don't worry. I'm quite all right. It's just the years gradually catching up with me.
Yeah, you and me
As
both,
I
old
grow
man.
older, I'm starting to find that with many things, though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak. Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels. I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today. Nevertheless, I wish to pass on the position before my mental acuity begins to decline beyond redemption.
How difficult is it to transfer the Tianshu position?
Oh, well, you see, the Tianshu is a rather unique position among the Liyue Qixing. Historically speaking, the Tianshu rarely appears in public. We stay behind the scenes,
Hey, Joe.
planning
There's
and
an
giving
enticing
advice.
witch and you
So
die.
a public selection process would not be suitable. We also want to keep any prospective Tianshu candidates free from influence by outside forces.
Might
So
be
we
of
tend to
interest
be
to you.
as discreet as possible in their assessment and appointment. For these reasons, the incumbent Tianshu typically recommends their candidate of choice, and this is then approved by the other Qixing members.
So in other words, you pick someone, and then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Correct. Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every candidate myself. Not to despair, however, because I found someone exceptionally
Umbre?
capable to act on my behalf as assessment officer. In fact, I believe you recently became acquainted with her yourself.
Oh? Who is it?
I'm heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
It's Yelan!
Jackpot. Uncle Tien here asked me to assess 3 candidates for him. Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu. Might be a good opportunity for you.
We're way
What do
too
you think?
involved in the UA's politics. It's a good opportunity, I guess.
I think so too. It can't be a bad thing to be on good terms with a new Qixing, right?
Alright then. Though, I gotta say, Uncle Tien, you say you're into behind-the-scenes planning? My work's of the covert variety too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
Huh? Yelan, you want to be the next Tianshu?
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I suspect Ningguang wouldn't let you go very easily after how long you've been working together. So, how about this? If your investigation reveals that none of the other candidates are qualified for the position, I'll recommend you for the
Nah,
job.
that's too much work, Joe.
Deal. Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead. Meet me on the first floor when you're ready. Until then, have a pleasant conversation. Oh, and no need to pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine establishment, this runs on the house. You're all set?
I suppose we are.
Uncle Tien seems really worn down. It's like all his energy's gone.
Like he's old
Yeah,
Paimon.
it may sound harsh, but Uncle Tien is past his prime. He's not cut out for this anymore. So he's recommended 3 candidates. Their names are Qianwei, Mingguo, and Zhi. Qianwei is a wealthy entrepreneur.
Should you say like
works at the
Zhi?
Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Zhi is focused on study and travel.
Zhi?
Try to keep all that in mind.
I would never be able to pronounce.
Of course,
Chinese
it doesn't really
names.
matter
I've
if you
been hearing
forget, since
first.
we'll be assessing them at
This
Yuehai
just looks
Pavilion
like
in a short while.
G.
Qianwei, Mingbo, Zhi. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion. All right. Heads in the game, people. The stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing. We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how small.
Got it. We'll keep our eyes wide open.
Performance inspections. Wait. I never know how to climb up. It'll be faster if I just jump down from this mountain. All names sound like Chinese names. Translation. Well, they are Chinese names. Liyue, which is where we are, is a region in Genshin Impact based on China. Everyone here is essentially Chinese equivalent. Inazuma is Japan, Mondstadt is Germany, I think Germany, and then the other regions coming up are gonna be based on other locations.
My legs are getting sore. What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion and I don't even get a chair. I've dealt with all kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting for an appointment.
Oh, I mean, I think it's fine.
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Oh, come on. That's just... Now you're just being unreasonable.
All right, you two. Let's not get into a big argument over this. It's not worth it. Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo, cut him some slack. We've all been standing around for a while. It's natural to be getting irritable. Look, how about this? There's no rule saying we're obliged to stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs from the guild nearby?
Fine. They're not the best quality chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances, it would be better than nothing.
It looks like all 3 candidates have arrived. We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process. I've split it into 2 stages: current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview. In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person. Writing a manifesto takes time, so I informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Wow. One of them is really thick.
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto. Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues. There's still some time. Have a skim through, get a first impression of what each person's proposing. I'll be waiting off to the side. Just let me know when you're done.
They all suck. All winning and he's complaining about standing around for hours. They would not survive in a con. I shall sit. Okay. Qianwei. Oh, that's a real short review. Mingbo. Something greater good.
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Everyone took it very seriously.
Yeah,
Of
what
course they
Paimon
did.
said.
They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets. That's for me to know and you to find out. We can talk more after the interviews. We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you? I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing two entirely unfamiliar faces. I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp. It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
Mind your tone, mister.
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular.
I mean, it's not in a
I was
bad
simply
direction,
stating
it
a
sounds
fact.
like. Hold on. Checking with my friends. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter what we pick. They're like one and two the
Cloud
same.
Retainer? You know this Adeptus? Oh, yes, I remember now. You must be the traveler that people are constantly talking about. With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I have put forward. Yeah, although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
Keep comments like that to yourself, my guy.
Is it my turn?
Yes. Please introduce yourself.
This dude's
I'm,
too timid.
Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I've worked there for, 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled, 2,347 cases. I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in, 16 days.
How
My current work is
meticulous.
related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for, auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good at public speaking?
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hello. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so
The
ask away
confidence in
and
these
I'll answer your
gentlemen.
questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. How can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from. But I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, 2 different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach 2 very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start
This
by
is the
having my
first thing he
colleagues and the
wants me to
secretaries
pick.
of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation.
Yee.
Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
10 to 1, we don't get to really pick anybody.
He seems great guy. Everything he said was
Agree,
thoughtful
meh.
and logical, and he was just a pleasure to listen to.
Meh.
Here's my take on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many
Go
excellent
against the
ideas in his
grain.
manifesto which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingbo's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingbo is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Perfect summary. Paimon couldn't agree more. You're good at this, Yelan.
Last but not least, Zhi. His manifesto
Oh, yeah,
is full of pertinent
Zhi.
details, his methodology is sound,
Jur.
and his
How is
proposals cover a
CHI
broad range
Jur?
of fields, which is
It's
quite a
insane
rare feat.
to me.
The
I
depth he
guess the
goes into in
CH
each
sound
and
just makes
every
a J
area means
sound.
it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Zhi take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
Great.
We'll see. Let's go back and report to Uncle Tien.
Uncle Chian. I have to report to you. Where are we going? Shit. I didn't mean to make that disappear. I do that all the time. I need that back. I need to know where to go. There we are. Right up here.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
All right, then let me ask this. The ideas in Zhi's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Oh, I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now. Those 3 candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me. But Xin Wei went on to focus on his business, and Ming Bo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Zhi was with me for the longest duration.
Whoa. So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tien?
Chen Wei was referred to me by an old friend. Ming Bo came to my attention in the course of my work, and as for Zhi, that was pure happenstance. We first met while fishing. Gradually, as we got to know each other, we started discussing all sorts of topics. Zhi came from a poor
Stay
family,
focused on
and his
stupid work
parents
and
died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner. He reminded me of a younger version of myself, so I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing and noticed how quickly he got on. Quite. And now, all of a sudden, he's grown into a mature young man. It's a joy to see, but it also gets one thinking.
Whoever this guy
The
is
young
could
are
read some
growing up.
books on
I am growing old.
some audio books.
How time flies.
Probably do pretty
No
well.
one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tien. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you. There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad thing. It just means I finally have a good reason to retire and spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing. Going fishing whenever I feel like it.
Love the
Sounds like you
concept.
sure love fishing, Uncle Tien.
Ooh, there's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time. Ooh, and freshly caught fish, They make the most beautiful fish soup with barely any preparation required.
Fresh fish soup. Mmm, sounds tasty.
Doesn't it? Also, some time ago, Juri purchased a very special recipe from an old fisherman. When we've been fishing recently, Juri always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste even more wonderful. That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my age, who knows how many more chances I have left.
Oh,
I
combine
didn't
and
hit
convince
the
thank
button
you.
there.
Paimon really
Sorry,
wants
Uncle
to try
Tian.
it.
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tian, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
Mm-hmm. I appointed you as the assessment officer, and I trust your judgment. Had you not asked me why Juri's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to mention my history with any of them. This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all other considerations and make your final decision only after a thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities. Remember, you must be thorough.
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
It's time to figure out what kind of underground bullshit they're involved in.
So it's gonna be Juri, right? His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word of advice. Things are not always as they appear. The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves. The truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels. For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
Ugh! Who are they? Where did they come from?
Anime magic.
Did they
Paimon.
scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also perform various assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wenyuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Upei, who's not here right now.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about Juri?
Juri, well, obviously as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves. Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for information, why don't we try talking to Bulai, the owner of Wanyu Boutique? He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
They always bring Bolai into this. Dude is like the majorest minor character. Except probably Mondstadt's Adventure Guild over there. His name, I forget.
Huh? What's Bulai doing here today?
I might have skipped some
Your asking
dialogue.
price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsetias ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that.
I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet.
Even so.
Alright. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll just have to partner with them instead. And neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I'll accept your asking price. I'll take all your stock. Don't sell a single one to Second Life.
But I got wrecked. It's just Sunsetia's man.
Oh, what are you doing here? And to be clear, these Sunsetias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
Got more than enough in my bag.
We want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known. I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. His parents died when he was young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family. He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and... oh, how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyo Boutique.
Oh, he sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Wax
Why are
Paimon.
you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a brand ambassador too, are you?
Just one dude.
Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the... Ah, that's Juri right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Lean Long. Come on, let's follow them and listen in. Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
Damn it, I suck at these segments.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this. Hey!
Oh, why? You must not be
I
aware.
understand. Let's walk and talk.
Let's walk and talk.
So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
I won't bother trying to con you. That's a shame. What do you mean I'm too far away? He's literally right
The
there.
truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then, he fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance.
Builds up
So I
immediately.
thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
There's this stuff. Better take notes.
Thank you very much, Miss Linlong.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll
Make
be
a
sure to pick
YouTube
out
channel,
a good
right?
set
You
for
can
you.
do it.
You can count on me.
Tutorial to your heart's content.
Juri seems to get along really well with everyone. Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
No, not satisfied.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Yeah, we've been following him for less than 10 minutes.
Wait, you're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianshu yourself, are you?
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
What a bribe.
Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
Damn, Paimon's balled off so easily, but that's a pretty damn good deal. I feel like shit. I don't care about who runs this country. We're the traveler. We get free food when we stop by here? Got my vote. Didn't he go that way? And we're going this way?
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Talk to Uncle Soon.
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
That is not the voice that this guy used to have. Welcome.
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young man called Zhi, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
Whoa! Yeon made up a whole fake identity. Without batting an eyelid!
She did stutter though.
Ah, yes, Jury.
I was a little less
He's been
impressed
making
with the
quite a
stutter.
name for himself recently. I've got some
She should have
friends
been
who travel
prepared
all over the
already,
place,
off the
and they
bat.
tell me everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work several jobs alongside his studies to make ends meet. How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
Yeah, we think so too.
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh? Why's that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
Everywhere we go. Oh, what is this? Ah. Right. They put some of those in places. I found one other one before, I forget where. I suppose one of these days, if I care enough, I should go looking for all the new hidden loot. I still have to finish collecting all the books and stuff. What are we looking for here?
Will I find the right girl?
I'm supposed to look for clues. Oh, there we go. I
Here
am
to buy
looking
some
for a
fish?
cutscene.
It's 300 for one or 3 for 1,000. You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
The
Hello, we're
300
from
for
the
one or 3 for
Society
1,000?
for Fish Price
That's
Research.
a fucking
We'd just like to ask a
rip-off.
few questions.
Hello? What kind of a deal is that?
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
Stay out of my business.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey.
No, you should be worried.
We've heard about a certain Zhi who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor.
His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him. He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head. And he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish.
I'm sure he's
It's not like he
just
catches much
fine.
anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my place to say anything. What he's achieved already puts most people to shame. And nobody's perfect. I just wouldn't want to upset him, that's all.
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the price of my fish.
Yes, there
The
is.
more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Your pricing bothers me.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. Okay, let's keep going.
1 for 300 or 3 for 1,000. He actually sells it too. I didn't realize. I don't know if I've spoken to this guy. Hold up. You're louse.
Hey, it's you guys! Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah, honored to meet you. What brings you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
Hold on a second.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of
Mr.
one by the name
Dugu or
of Jur-E?
Dooku?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Juri. For example, I can't remember. Probably 'cause it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about Juri in a kind of nasty tone of voice. But 2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him. Sometimes he gives me candies, so I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great. Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about Juri stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share
Why
some
is
of my
everybody
candies
talking
with them
about
too.
this guy?
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Until we meet again.
Any of that sound strange to you?
Strange? What was strange about it? Ji seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gao spoke highly of him, and Dugu Shuo seems to like him too.
True, but the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
Politics.
So he returns cruelty
Paimon.
with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Jur-E's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Jur-E has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events. So why are these stories only going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Jur-E was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign. Right, and that changes everything. It can mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu at Xixing. That's the worst-case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do? Even if we asked Jiri about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Jur-E must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Jur-E's manifesto on who we're dealing with. Come on, let's get back to Yanshang Tea House.
It's time to read paperwork. Yes. I imagine if I was actually capable of being in this sort of situation as a traveler, I would have no interest in doing this kind of shit. 'Cause I'm not from this country. I'm just gonna teleport. I really wish waypoints would take priority over navigation points.
Jur-E's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Hey, you better get to
I'll
it
divide
then.
the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together. Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
You're the one who just said there's no time limit on this shit. We don't have to
Whatever
hurry.
else Uncle
We don't have
Tian
to
might
do
think of
anything.
Jur-E, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students. Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
Fine. For you, Yeon, I shall assist thee.
Made any discoveries?
Not so far, but we're still looking.
I just wanted to see if you had something to say. Alright, we'll sit back to back. There we go.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
When you say we, you mean me. This position like a mayoral position?
Oh, this reading is giving Paimon a headache. Let's take a break.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yelan's little helpers, Shanghua! If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Tianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Tianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works. Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless of their background.
Citizen Chi's review.
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult, but here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Tianwei's accounts are open to the public. Where he buys from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Tianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
What a strange guy. It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead...
To validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? How come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills, and am always one step ahead of the competition. Well, when you're the competition, at least.
You... whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Mingbua.
Well, we're all ears.
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Mingbua struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Mingbua at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Mingbua is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the Ministry often gets Mingbua to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the Ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Minghua gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. Paimon's starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now. So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan. Cheongshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground. At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Cheongshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a special kind of explosive. The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Zhi-Yi's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans. Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions. Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto? Oh yeah! Zhi-Yi said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Zhi-Yi wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Cheongshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Zhi-Yi's secret supporter?
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present. They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We may well find something new.
Qianwei and Minghua both turned out to be completely different than what we thought. What about Zhi-Yi? Is there another side to him too?
I mean, what you thought, Paimon. I never make rash judgments fast. We can drop down from the Jade Chamber. Nice shortcut. We don't get to hang out up here often enough. Woo! A little too far, but...
In the mortal world at times like these,
This is the Blackcliff Forge. Let's look around for clues.
Ah, I see a clue. See that arrow, Yelan? Excuse me. Nothing of note happened today.
What's this? A diary?
From the back, it looks like a ledger, but it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader.
That is
At
suspicious.
this rate, by the time the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Zhi-Yi recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, At most, we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure. So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
The website records.
Excuse us. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
You want them to teach you or something? I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're picking up all the skills unbelievably fast. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night, but they never let us join them. I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant. It rained after work today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the rain stopped, they went out drinking again right away. Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else. Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
Why would they go deliver intelligence updates daily when they're doing menial labor work at the moment? But you know what? That's okay. I'll buy it.
Hurry, we gotta catch up.
What do you mean catch up, Paimon? They could be anywhere.
These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about them.
Welcome back.
Just as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way.
Oh, damn.
The footprints stop here. But, judging from the direction,
They have a
I'm guessing their
coolant
destination
leak.
was that abandoned house.
No? Compacted mud. Strange traces. I need one more clue. That must be the clue. A fresh fruit pit.
Looks like we were too late.
It'd be funny this is all tied
This has
back
gotta
to the
be where the
guy
newcomers
selling
rendezvous with
Sunset
whoever they're
is.
working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
Why don't we wait for them back at the Black Cliff Forge?
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else to throw our investigation off course.
Darn! Guess this is where a trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in. Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce different odors when they're burned.
And you just happen to know the smells.
Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing. When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind. Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Jur-E's regular contacts. Since Jur-E likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around. I left him a note at Yanshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Blackcliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup. So, what did you find out at sea?
I don't think we need any backup.
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed.
I have the god of Geo on my side.
I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Jur-E before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up falling overboard. Fortunately, someone managed to drag me out. When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Well, Uncle Tien said that Jur-E once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me. No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Go on, game.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions? Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Jur-E, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
Groundwork?
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yuehai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next. Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Wait until 9 to 11. We have to get to the pavilion. Let's go here. Then I'll wait. This is the following day, so 24 hours. 9. A day in the life of Yelan's work. Very dedicated to finding out her information. Alright. I see a crowd!
It looks like we're all here. Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tian entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingbo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Zhi is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue. After much consideration, I have decided to recommend Zhi to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Zhi, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tian proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Zhi seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey, Traveler, tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't? If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave!
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
We finally got rid of them.
Oh, we didn't get to choose options.
Lady Yelan, Zhi has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him, quickly.
So Zhi really sided with the Fatui?
Why did we show up here?
But Uncle Tian thinks so highly of him. Why would he do this?
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when we find him.
Alright, wait. I just want to make sure that dialogue was done.
I'm sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him.
Holy shit, you suck at your job.
He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's subordinates? I guess Zhi didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upe says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
But how?
Don't blame yourselves. Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tian himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tian, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Shinue Kiosk. He only went in briefly.
Yeah,
Upe
he's
and I were
that
watching
same
outside
logic.
the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upe had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover. I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any
Easier
evidence,
to
that would have been
gather heat
meaningless.
than
So I stopped Upe,
deduce
and I
heat.
stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Shinue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. The key is figuring out what he's trying to achieve. Let's go to Shinue Kiosk.
Gotta moisturize. Where are we going? Going up? I think we're going up.
See some action.
I don't know where I'm going. It says higher, then it says lower. Am I going here? Oh, my bad. I'm an idiot. I didn't know where the kiosk was.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
I have not made a reservation. You have a lovely establishment though. Very nice 2 tables. Damn it, Kama. Why are you speaking to me? That was a long conversation they're having.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Jur-E ordered a wanware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Jur-E's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Jur-E picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock. And now that Mr. Jur-E has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
We're not buying, you see. You misunderstand.
Don't worry. Price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Jur-E's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Jur-E bought 2.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. All right, see you next time.
This is turning into a real headache.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank for being wholly incapable of tailing an ordinary civilian without being seen.
It's not like you did any better.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Fair point.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jerry went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Jur-E isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father. If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol, let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses. No, this is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move? If so, you can count me in.
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Juri bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
I'm well aware, but don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves. Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night. You should go and get ready, then meet me at Yanshang Tea House.
I am ready. I shall meet you at Yanshang Tea House. It's up here, right? No, climb. Ugh.
Perfect timing. Wenyuan just sent word that the Fatui ambassador, Yusupov, just left the embassy alone.
Oh, we got a name.
He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
What progress?
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jerry mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't need to worry about being seen.
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's go.
Hells
If my hunch is
yeah.
correct, we just might hit
One
the
of the
jackpot this
greatest
time.
oaths ever made. Is there a chest up there? I don't think so. Qixing Peel. Let's get going. It's coming to an end. See you later, hombre.
This is
See you in a
Qingshu
few
Pool,
hours when you wake
full
up,
of
bro.
ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here. Follow me.
Oh, we're going here, not the ruins.
There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground. The workers left an emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
Assassination's not really in their
Here.
capabilities.
By the way, Yelan, where are your 3 little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Jinshu Pool Underground Ruins. Possible rewards? Kinda paltry. But that's okay. We're getting to know Yelan. Hilly Charles.
Quietly now.
Forth, my blade.
Cryo incarnate.
As I expected, but this shouldn't be too much trouble.
I do have Yelan, so I can use her sometime down the road. Can we get up here? I want to see if there's a treasure hiding or something. I feel like it's been eons since we've been in a little dungeon with this kind of soundtrack going too. A little domain dungeon crawling.
You guys see that? That's gotta be the Fatui ambassador here to meet Ji. Looks like he went through that door.
Did he get past the Hilly Trails without being attacked by the Hilly Trails?
Access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
This is bullshit. Hold on. Did he drop something?
This is the construction workers' emergency access route,
Oh.
but it's closed tight. Trying to break through would be risky. Let's see if we can find another way.
Yeah, another way. What the hell is this fire orb?
Gotcha.
There you go. Oh, I'm such a bad archer player.
One with my
will embodied.
My will embodied.
No, my sword.
You die. Die. Oh, we're collecting fire. I see now.
The water's gone down. Hey, look! Is that another way through?
How mysterious. But the water went down before I go to there. Is this just design? Okay. Just wondering if there's any hidden goodies. You have to look for the hidden goodies, and this stuff lit up for some reason. Ah. Alright, 2 more. I can't climb. Oh god, I'm stuck in the water. Okay, there we go.
My will.
What do you mean can't be moved from this slide? Yo, party up in here.
Rain outlines your fate. Submit for judgment.
Come here, you. Aha. What does that say? Path open beneath the stone. Oh, that's just so I can move that. Wait. Oh, I squeezed in. Hold up, wait. Okay, I just want to make sure there's no treasure over here that I missed by moving that. Wah 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 wah. Ah, I understand now.
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay, now we should be able to move the statues.
Yeah, Yelan, you'd make quite the adventurer. You've already figured out how this whole thing works. Soft sounds heard under the statue. Oh, wait. The statue cannot face this way. Yeah, that helps.
The door is open. Let's go.
Why didn't they have to solve this puzzle?
We should be nearly at the bottom now. Let's wrap this up.
Yes, Yelan. Hold on, Yelan. I have to kill this big bad guy.
Stabilize. Take your truth, swift and merciful. No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse.
Oh, what's the rare opportunity where I can get both of their effects off? Now that's a lot of damage. It's fun. Yep.
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed. Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
Gotta make sure it's not drugged or poisoned.
Oh, sorry. That went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup. Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice, though, did you? Just the mention of poisoning sends shivers down my spine. I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work. But, I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people. I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu. Of course, this is as long as you continue to do as we instruct. Aside from Qing Shu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing.
Oh, and you were so gung-ho for the guy.
What a nasty guy. Seize him!
Seize him.
Hold on. Did you bring a camera? If not,
Now you
can
ask?
use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
Thank God for camera technology.
Excellent liquor. We've, seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qing Shu Pool. It's been a real
I
headache
think it was
for me.
really obvious that there's a
Soon,
problem with this guy.
everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Jurye. I remember when I first saw you.
Now, I'm
I knew
expecting
right
that he
away
actually
you would make a
poisoned
good
this
partner
dude.
for us. Hey,
maybe he's a
do
sycophant.
you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I
I'm
work.
waiting for that twist.
The only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time. Just look at your two competitors. Qian Wei had wealth. Ming Boa had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll
Swing a
never have to
weapon at him.
worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Jur-E has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time, so the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera?
Plenty. I have infinity film.
Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm gonna drink my fill. Make sure to get me home safely afterward.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
Whoa, this is the good stuff. It is great. Huh?
Ooh, I called it. I knew it.
What the? Jur-E, you poisoned my wine? But when?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again. And that includes you.
If I was responsible for writing the story of this game, enemies would not be able to just teleport to safety over and over again.
Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives, the ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What do you hope to?
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become one as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't investigate this any further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in my own right, with a clean record and well out of the Fatui's reach.
Jur-E, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second-in-command, Theophon?
What? How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophon to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. After all, your untimely demise comes with a few perks for him. He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor! Jur-E, you... Shh.
Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be taken out of the picture. Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
Well, they don't seem to be in a hurry to administer some kind of emergency life-saving procedures for the guys poisoned and dying on the ground here.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within. If it pleases you, Miss Yelan, I'd be only too happy to have you join me in investigating this matter.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. In fact, all of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now. What do you think? Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tien ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tien was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough! That's enough.
Life is like fishing.
Actually did a good job
Cannot
with his
be
voice
rushed.
acting.
Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan. But you have to keep
I
calm
hit
to
him up,
carry on.
and he said he's
still young.
just been
Be
busy.
patient, believe
Left
in
it
yourself,
at that.
and
So I
don't
don't know
look
if it's good
outside
busy or
yourself
bad
to prove
busy.
your value.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Where's Jury these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Speaking busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
Huh?
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Yenshang Tea House tomorrow morning. I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals. Don't worry, as long as they're willing to cooperate, this'll be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Alright. Galen had quite the little adventure. Where are we going? Or is that actually the end? No, that is a conclusion. I have to get out of the dungeon, I see. Is there a, yeah, there is a thing. Can I explode the explosives? Oh, okay, this actually leads back to the thing. These are the explosives. Be a shame if we swapped a Klee all of a sudden. I'm just looking if there's any other goodies. Some boxes over there. I don't see anything else there. Let's mosey on out of here. What happens if you don't leave in the time limit? I'd just beat you out. The time limit's just how long you're allowed to dawdle. We have to wait till 8 tomorrow, and I probably wouldn't be over here. The time limit's probably most important if you do something that has a reward and you left the reward there, you would lose the reward. It's 900 seconds, is what, like over 10 minutes? But the potential for you to lose your reward is there if you have to step away or something. I guess it's incorporated, so if someone leaves for a while, they don't get stuck in a dungeon for whatever reason. Okay. Gotta go back to the tea house one final time. I have, like, no stamina. See the guy here. Oh, it's Baishu. Well, that makes sense that he would be here.
There is now no poison left in his system, but recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
Dr. Baishu, is my father going to be...
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years. It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been much more serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom-seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Uncle Tien will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
I'm surprised this guy is still
worry,
not
I
a
will.
playable character.
Thank you very much.
They haven't done a whole lot with Baishu.
Ah, and you're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. And I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it. Yes, the exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all. My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tien. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position, but Qianwei and Mingbo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this. But whenever it happens, it's still a dismal experience.
Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tien not that surprised?
Don't underestimate Uncle Tien. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Zhi. Normally, the Yuehai Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tien?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Zhi, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed. But when did it start? I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field. Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them. I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things. What I really admired about Zhi was his intelligence and resilience.
Sounds like Zhi now.
I have to
Street
admit,
Fighter.
he's a smart guy, and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Zhi was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Xinyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor. Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Zhi would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Yes, had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
How is Zhi now?
Well, I mean, he's sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
A deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Zhi's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized. But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
Uncle Tien? Yeon? What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't understand.
Zhi colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process. With Yusupov in our hands and a statement from Zhi, we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options. Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved. The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern.
Have we even been
It's a pity that
introduced to
Theophan got
Regrator?
away. But knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something. It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
Oh, I think we
I
have.
have to ask, Yelan, do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yanshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement. Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role, as Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger. All right, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days, and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
As you might have guessed, it's for me to know and you to find out. But I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long.
Yep.
Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons. If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tian. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one.
She should have
wouldn't
looked
you?
directly at the camera when saying that to break the fourth wall. It would have been funny. No explosion for the place at the end of the day.
What would you like to know? Something I've said to Jury, Qinwei, and Mingguo before is that while cunning and scheming are quite crucial, even more important than this is staying true to yourself.
A life lessons
Jury and
time.
Ambassador Yusupov each saw each other as a means to an end. They thought that if they could just outsmart their opponent, they would emerge the final victor. And yet, in the eyes of Yelan and Regrator, they are but pawns in a much bigger game.
So we're introducing the
Scheming
next
is an
major
endless
enemy,
endeavor.
huh?
If you can't cope with it, you're better off staying out of it. It gives you a much clearer view in any case. Everyone has self-interest, but you cannot let it be your master. So, don't fight over fleeting gains and losses. Rather, focus on the direction your heart is leading you, and keep moving forward.
Just keep swimming.
What would you like to know?
Got it.
I first met Yelan when she was very young. Even back then, she was extremely tough, and she kept her cards close to her chest. An old friend of mine once privately commented to me that Yelan is always smiling, but never with her eyes. She is a very dangerous person. Something of an exaggeration in my view. At least, I know she would never hurt the people she trusts.
Alright, John.
What would you like to know?
Ah,
Something
shit, I
I've
didn't
said
do
to
that
Jury,
one.
Jury
Pass
and
this. I want the
scheming,
other three.
everyone. What would you like to know?
Regrator.
Regrator is the ninth of the Fatui Harbingers, though likely the first among them where wealth is concerned. However, his wealth is not a mere question of how much more he has to his name. He has a very unique understanding of wealth, and what he's planning may very well shake the world to its core. Beyond that, I don't have a lot of information about him. If you need to know more in the future, you can ask Ningguang.
Ningguang. I have to.
What would you like to know?
What would you like to know?
As Yelan says, now that I'm on the mend, I should have another few years' worth of work in me. During this time, I plan to gradually hand over my duties while mentoring some new candidates. That reminds me. Qian Wei and Ming Bo are still waiting downstairs. I must go and have a chat with them shortly.
One more thing. Or was the last
would you
option
like to
just
know?
I have no more questions.
Thanks
yeah.
to you, you can always find me at the wharf if there's ever something else you'd like to discuss in the future.
I'ma miss your voice, Uncle Qian, until the next time you're featured.
So Jerry is already in prison, I guess?
You think? He poisoned Uncle Tien. I still can't believe he'd do that. Why the long face?
Nothing. I think it's a great shame. I always thought he's very smart. If he became Tianshu, he'd be able to accomplish many things I could never hope to.
Don't feel bad. I'll admit he was a strong contender, but give me 3 years and I'll overtake him. When I become Tianshu, I'll make you my deputy. Like the sound of that?
Start by working on your temperamental issues. If you can't keep your cool, your work will suffer. Right now, you still have a long way to go before you'll be eligible to take the Tianshu position.
I'll get there, one step at a time. And then, before you know it, there'll come a day when you won't be able to find a single flaw in me or my work. First things first, though. Let's go and talk to Uncle Tien.
Want your flaws to be manageable. That you won't have any. Alright, I think that wraps that chapter up. That lasted a while. I'm gonna do a random quest or two because I need to get these damn quests out of the way. Hydrological investigation in the chasm. Also, there's the new event. Oh no, it's not going yet. I guess it was just a preview that's on its way. That, what's it called? This thing. When does this start? Version 2.7. Aren't we on 2.7? I don't know. We're just gonna do some random quests, and then we can hang out with Shinobu. For a little while. And see all her cheesy dialogues. Bloop. How have I never picked up this crystal that's right here? Oh no. Oh no, it is a crystal. Okay, how did I never get that? I know I've been lazy with exploring this place, but come on. It's right there. Oh, there's one of the guys. I forget if I have this thing. I think we do. Yeah, I did get one of them. Use hydro reactions to activate the strange object. I mean hydro geode.
Spirit Blade! Attack!
Yeah. Alright, that was easy. Got the thing over here I can get rid of. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, my bad. No. What is the thing? This lumen stone. There you go. I need to just do some mindless explorations in this place, but we'll focus on the quests for now. I still have to go back to the surface and get to the new domain, which I have not activated at all yet. This is a new quest. Data analysis. Hold on. Alright, well, glad to help you with your topic. Oh yeah, I need one more fossil picture somewhere. I don't think I can upgrade their thing. On to the next. Oh my. What are we doing here? Okay. Xichan just gave us this quest. I'll go to this one first because it's nearby. Hoo-ha. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. There's a side quest over here too. And an event. The combat event, so.
Forth, my blade!
By ordinance divine.
Gather! This is order!
Witness the power.
From whence you came!
Come here, Wolf. On timer.
Transfiguration.
There you go.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Feeding. I had it in case I lost it. What? Are you saying you set up your own lost and found quest? That's why you brought it along? I will help you find your doll. For your daughter's satisfaction and your own peace of mind. We'll find your doll, sir. Okay, that's fine. But before that, I'm supposed to be doing some other stuff. Right, there's like a passage somewhere here, probably below me, but I don't know how to get to it. So I don't know the actual layout of these mines. Like, I'm not sure what this is connected to. That's okay, I can teleport over here. It's not a big deal. I wonder if we can get a follow-up quest with the Fatui chick that's down here that we saw last time I recorded. Oh yeah, baby.
One with my blade.
I wasn't ready for this kind of fighting something here.
I will have order.
I will have order.
Spirit blade. Attack. Swift and merciful.
Alright. Wait. Take that. Blue chaos here.
Stabilize.
I think I broke him.
A touch of frost.
Okay. We got that. I got the little thing. There's a treasure here. That was easy.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Indeed. Alright, well, that was a nice little distraction coming in here. Giant ruin guard guy there. Wait. If oh, I can just climb in that. Have I been in here? I think I have been in here before.
Take your truth!
Forth, my blade!
No, my sword! Ring cutter!
Quake! This is order.
Do your master's bidding!
From whence you came!
Correct.
A touch of frost.
Alright, shield boy.
Submit for judgment.
He blocked all that.
Rain outlines your fit. Transfiguration!
Gather.
One with my blade.
Stop blocking. It's too good. I imagine it'd be a good idea for me to collect some of their material. These are the newest enemies, right? So I may want to remember that this is here. Was there not any other way of getting down into this thing? Oh, yeah, I was looking for this. It's like, how the fuck did I get in here? Hilly chair.
Unexpected, but welcome.
Do you wake up? No.
A touch of froth.
Take your true form!
I believe we did this puzzle, but I need to find whatever the thing on the map is. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. I just barely made that. It's more over this way. I guess I'll kill the Ruin Guard. He kind of stands out. Ow, I saw it.
One with my blade. Four with my blade. Spirit blade.
Let me weave you a verse. Huh?
Permafreeze. While I'm navigating down here, we should honestly be the other party. Just so I can use Kadehara. I'm so happy I have Kadehara. So then I can do stuff like this. Alrighty. Oh, we're placing beacons. That's what we're doing. There's another side quest. Is this our lady friend? This might be our lady friend. It is our lady friend. Put TV started it. I don't know, you've been down here for how long? You think this guy's still alive? How do I get to, put the thing on the thing? I have to go the other way. Wonder if Mushroom San has any more stuff for us.
Right here, right now. Illusion shattered. Life goes on.
I definitely need Whopper Flower Nectar. I figured I would fight these guys just to kill the mushrooms because I probably need more mushroom stuff down the road. Yeah, it's 2 out of 5. Next. I'll get this one. Oh, that's really easy to get to.
Time to go.
Time to go. Yahoo! Yep, 2 to go. Welcome back. I thought there was something in the water. Wait. If there was one of those things, yeah, there's more.
Time to go.
Is there like a hidden treasure chest here? Yep. Secret treasure. 2 primos, oh baby. Another guy here.
There is no escape. Right here. Emerge. Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Emerge.
Into the wind.
Into the wind. Okay. That's 4. While I'm here, let me just quick glance around. Anything obvious I can pick up? I need to do like a nice slow walk around through the area, and I have to go back to Encanamia and do stuff in Encanamia still. Eventually. Feeling hungry, I looked at the time, it's already 12. I'll take a snack soon. Snack break. Soon. Soon. Ugh. Alright. Let's go to the final. What's the fastest way to get to here? Because this is blocked off, isn't it? I need to see. No, I guess it's not. It's just an open cave. Oh yeah, I have to climb back up and grab some stuff. Yep. I have to get that. Yeah, I remember. I remember. I said I'd get it next time I found myself up there.
One with nature. Rise. Right here. Emerge. Illusion shattered.
Damn this. Her lightning tower really doing 16,000 damage? Did I see that number correct? It's crazy. What is the fastest way to climb this thing? I forget how we got up there initially. While I'm here, I may as well grab this guy. I know there's like a side passage somewhere, but I forget where. Is it up there? I think it's up there. Oh, hey.
The wind knows me.
Right here. Emerge. There is no escape.
Save my suture.
right here, right now. Emerge. Yeah.
Examine the strange box. Oh, this box. I was like, what box? This is the Qiding quest. Shouldn't be a little girl down here. This is suspicious. He's a ghost. Alright. I was distracted doing something else though. You're gonna have to hold on, lady. Now I don't remember. I think I was coming up here. Ugh. Must climb mountain. Yes, this is the passage. Okay. Yep. Now, there's two up here. There's the obvious one, and then there's one on the bottom left. Where is it? Fuck. Let me sit on this. No! That'll take me back up. Where is the thing? Oh, it's down there. I'm in the wrong section. I might be able to make that. The power of Kadehara. I just have to get one more and grab onto a rock. No, so close. Oh, there's a red thing over there. And there's a dude up here. Well, I guess I'll do this stuff first. Stabby, stabby.
One with nature. Shine down. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Life goes on. A sight to behold. Emerge. Right now.
Zap, zap, zap. That's some powerful stuff, yay.
Follow the wind.
I'll follow the wind. Hold up. I don't know where the rest of this shit is. Oh.
Time to go.
No! Why? I have plenty of time. I'm pretty sure I'm missing one. Yeah, where is it? I'll climb up there in a second. I don't see it. You'd think it'd be in the ballpark of this area. I'm blind. It's okay. It's not okay. I don't see it. Alright, we'll try again. Nothing? Spider, you hide no secrets?
Follow the wind.
Okay. Where was the last one of these things at? I'm gonna go backwards this time. I'll go this way, maybe I'll see it. 4, 5, 6. No, that's 5. This is 6. Ow. How did I miss that? I must have started behind it.
A fateful offering.
That was free.
Emerge, right now, right here.
Wheel of life.
Illusion shattered.
Zap him to death, yay. Yay. Now, about that crystal on the top that I have fallen down, failed to collect. There's, like, no easy way of getting back up to this place.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
This is not where I want to be. Yeah, this is going away from what I want. I don't suppose this will carry me high enough. Let me get some stamina back. Boosh! No, not quite. This took me up here. Maybe this would be high enough.
Into the wind.
Kind of bullshit, get this. Yeah, this is more than high enough. There you go. Get rid of this now. Let me go pick up this other one that's around here somewhere. Unless I already got this one, I just didn't take the marker off of the map, which is possible.
The wind knows me. Right now, emerge, right now. There is no escape.
This team is really bad at dealing with this guy. Yeah, he didn't have anything. I don't see a thing popping up.
Time to go.
Here.
Follow the wind.
But usually I would put the marker down if there was something that I missed. I don't see anything. Well, I guess I got that.
Benefits to a life of wandering.
I'll remove it for now. Maybe I should have left that there. It's possible it's up way higher in the building that's up there. I'll have to remember to tell you what, just in case. It's like right here, right? I'll leave it there for now. Really missed. Alright, looking for a doll. Hello, Redbud. Treasure.
Brings a smile to my face.
Brings a smile to my face. Yo, stop hitting me. That's mean. This is gonna follow the river down. Let's go here and just up the road. Might be the fastest way.
Time to go.
God bless ya. Oh. Yep.
Brings a smile to my face.
Good stuff.
The wind knows.
Illusion shattered. Life goes on. Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
Ow.
Right now.
Hold up. Isn't this one of those special rocks?
Stabilize!
Oh no, it's just Noctilucous Jade. Never mind. Hello there, the girl. That's why he wants to toys, because his daughter is dead. It reminds him of her. It's just like, look, monsters.
Solidify! I will have order.
Cryo incarnate.
A touch of frost. Submit for judgment.
They're damn poison. Girl sadistic. I guess if you're dead, you may as well be. They're trying to catch me. Tee hee. Silly, playful monsters.
No, my sword!
No, my sword. Boy, they seem slow in the uptake as always, Paimon. Hold up. Something caught my eye. I was just here earlier. I guess it was just this thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. I seem to recall you're supposed to use this to kill those purple stones, but I guess our thing just breaks them now. Wait, what is this? Quest goals and Liua. What's with this blue ring over here? What's
Red
up?
outlines your... Take your true form!
Random guy. Huh, have I not been here? There's all this treasure chest that I've not uncovered.
What you got? Another test. Gather.
Another test subject.
One with my blade.
Take your true form! By ordinance divine! No, my sword!
Got them. Oh, there's another one.
Stabilize.
A touch of frost.
That's right, you got careless.
The wrong test subject.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
You have a whole little area over here.
Transfiguration!
Alright, he's done. I see, I see, I see.
Stabilize.
Next, we have this. There's a crystal. I just straight up haven't been here.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Thank you, strongly.
What you got?
What you got? Oh, where are they all at?
This is order. That tingle?
My will embody!
Forth, my blade!
Picked the wrong
Okay. I can get that next. Now, grab this.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Where's the thing? Okay. Anything else of interest? Besides my little flying buddy. And the blue thing disappeared now.
Unexpected, but welcome.
Oh, it moved. Can I not get around the canyon this way? Oh, it's underground more. I see. Maybe, I don't know. How do I get to the corner here? It's a mystery to me. If I can get to that path on the right side, maybe I can get up there. Nothing. Yeah, this looks promising. Alright, well, since I see this one, I'm gonna get this one first. There's a lot of bullshit down there. I can't blow this up yet. Which means I might not be able to do this yet.
Transfigure!
Swift and merciful!
Maybe.
Order guide you.
Overlaid.
Take your true form.
Oh, you supposed to light fires with these? Is that why they were exploding? Maybe not supposed to, but... Let's test. Is this a fire thing? They love making you use fire. No, it's just with the light stand. I guess there was no treasure here. Amber gets her light guest appearance for a hot moment. What's up, boys?
Want to taste my hand? Rise!
Got stuck and couldn't do my thing.
Take your swift and merciful.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Indeed. Now, how do I get in here? Well, I mean, that is gas, right? Maybe I should have had a bomb go off. Maybe I have to come back here later. Remember to come back here another time. I have been in here, clearly. I've definitely been in here. Oh, but I haven't gone beyond. Eh.
A touch of frost.
Why an ice one?
Spirit blade.
This is order.
Take your true form.
That wasn't too bad. Go that way in a second. Anything else in here that I should be aware of besides the text? Am I supposed to do something with the text? You're not supposed to take pictures of it, are you? Didn't think so. Where's the thing? Light. Alright, what about you guys?
That tingle is a fury.
I don't see a reason to kill these gentlemen, but...
Stabilize!
One with my book.
Take your truth.
I mean, politely defeat these gentlemen.
Replace my hammer.
I didn't think we'd get much. Alright, I have to come back here and investigate a few things, of course. Let's just do this. Alright, that's gone. Anything else here? Nothing striking my immediate interests. Oh, there's another one. Right, I have to get inside that door. Maybe I can now? Take one last look since all the enemies are dead at the moment. Bleep. I think it's just telling me where the crystal stuff is, but... unfortunately... I'm having no luck. I don't know how to open this. Only thing I can think of is explode it, because there's no key. You have a good one. It's not like a hidden passage to get around this, is there? Let me see if I can see anything on the inside. I just see the chest. There is a switch on the inside, so I probably have to find a way around into this. There must be a secret passage somewhere. I can't go much further to the right over here, though. No secret wall. Can't, like, climb up and over. Hey, you.
Transfig! A touch of frost.
No, my sword!
Crumble!
I know, ice damage does no damage to this guy. Could climb up here, but it probably doesn't want us to be up here. Let's switch to the climbing master. Kadehara Kazuha.
One with nature.
Oh, there's a resting spot. Any passages that head towards the other direction? I'm expecting there to be nothing up here. And it looks like it just is sealed off and uncannily bright. Purely by the power of mysterious mysteriousness. I didn't see any tunnels. Alright, so no tunnel this way, then we have to try the other side. Doubt there's anything in the middle. Up here. This leads to you where... Alright, that takes you outside that passage. Ow.
The wind knows it.
What's up, Dendro?
Wheel of life. Right here. Emerge.
There is no escape!
Random dendro slime. Okay. Assuming it's not in this cave. And I can't get above. We can try below. But if I don't see anything down here leading to a passage to get in there, then I don't know. Nah, there's no way. Yeah, this just leads around. Not quite going inside to some kind of tunnel. Open. Grant me your secret boons. I could maybe clip in here. It could be a quest. I have to wait till a quest happens. That could be a thing. I might not be able to get it myself. Let's go outside. Finish off this doll quest. Flying companion's not rude. It's very neutral, Paimon. Dire peril. How strange. Why don't you tell them? Well, apparently his daughter's not dead, but all grown up, so maybe it's just a lingering memory. Alright, Joe, have a good one. 12:43. The time of departure is upon us. 1 sec. Why do I have to tell meaning? I don't care what she saw. It's like, don't cause any more problems.
I still have documents to deliver to the
You didn't
Ministry of
see
Civil
anything. What followed cheating home? That's a good question now. Should we be concerned about that? Do I even know where his home is? Nice. Another vantage point. While I'm up here, can remove that. I'm gonna get this stinking thing that I have not gotten yet. Oh, there's much to do. Fire slimes. There's slimes everywhere, slimes.
Time to go.
Fire and ice. Collect 8 geoparticles. Fuck! Did I skip over one? No! What the? I don't know if that was a controller problem or what. Aww. I'm stuck. Why is the environment always against you in this game? God damn it. Can I get back there easily? I have to walk back around. That was terrible. I couldn't fly.
Time to go.
Let's be up here this time a little bit. My wings didn't come out.
Time to go.
I fell. I couldn't get back up. Everything is awful.
Shine down!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Would you all like to die?
Into the wind! Fallen leaves! Adorn!
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Life goes on.
Where are all the fire ones at? Alright. Attempt number 2. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can just ignore that platform. Hold up. Hold up. The devs still haven't learned that they can't put these rings exactly next to a ledge.
faithful
It just
offering.
doesn't fucking work.
Time to go.
Illusion shattered.
This calls for the power of georesonance.
Quake!
Easy.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
Certainly worth the extra mile. Alright. Now. Nah.
Shine down.
Nah. I just switched off. I should just make the perfect travel party. Should have a fire type character, an earth type character, Kadehara, and some kind of healer, I guess. And then I would rarely have to switch. Healer would need to be water. That'd be Barbara. Or Coca, whatever her name is. Kokomi. I don't have Kokomi though. Bum, 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 bum. There's all kinds of stuff up here on this cliff. Onk. Do I have to destroy things at the same time? That's 2 out of 3. I see. And my thing didn't stay put. This is another thing I hate. Can you... Not hate, but can you extend the zones just a tiny bit? Because when you do this screen dimming thing, right next to where gameplay elements reside, very annoying.
Quake!
What's the third one of these things? Or is it just these two?
Rise! Crumble!
Oh, well, I got it that time.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Excellent. I suppose. I would not mind continuing to check out all this stuff, but my main objective at the moment was just to get the thing below me. I can always teleport to that and climb up here, I guess. So where is this domain? Lower. There's a geocannon here. Domain is still lower. Uh-huh.
Quake!
My will embodied. Swift and merciful.
Did I already do this or no? Alright, it's just
Unexpected,
for a chest.
but welcome.
Now, the domain. Suddenly we're propped up.
Gather!
I have to get a reverberation over here. of some capacity. That ought to do the trick, maybe. It doesn't go far enough.
Rise! Crumble!
This doesn't go far enough.
Solidify!
What about you, Mr. Glowy guy?
Rise! Crumble!
Well, could be another cannon around somewhere.
Transfiguration!
Forth, my plan!
Cool.
From whence you came! Unexpected, but welcome.
You point. Okay. How do I open this domain door?
Rise! Quake!
No. Way at the beginning, there was mention of a way to connect these things, but I don't know how you do that. I don't know if you need like an extra thing like that there.
Rise!
Yeah, it doesn't reach the other stuff though. Where's that cannon at? Distraction.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
Solidify!
One with my blood.
My will embodied!
Alright. There's a GOV Shap guy down here. There's all kinds of stuff down here. I may not have spent time inside that spot yet. But, wait. Yeah, I don't know where I am now. Compared to the cannon. Excuse me. Bum 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 bum. Let me read the sign. The blood be on your own.
Stabilize! Quake!
Use the cannon. Can I use you? Operate. Is that not what I'm supposed to do? Just shot that overhead. I'm gonna cause some mass destruction here. Can I hit that thing over there? Why'd you take me out? Having fun with the... Let me play with the gun. But it doesn't quite aim for that. Alright, well. That was my bright idea. Didn't work though. How do I open this?
Order guide you.
Come on, Geo God. How do I open this thing? Maybe I have to do something up above it first. Okay, we got stuff up here.
Rise! Gather!
Why would there be one of those kinds of rocks around?
Crumble! Quake!
Oh, it does chain off of geoconstructs. So
Certainly
I probably
worth
do
the
need
extra
to put
mile.
my stuff down in advance. I'll get back to it in a moment.
Let's begin.
Let's
Force
begin.
my blade.
Take your true form! Cryo Incarnate! Witness the power of Gugwa!
Where do you think you're going, buddy?
Spirit blade. Attack.
Oh,
Joy, we've only just begun.
I got wrecked.
Take your true form!
I miscalculated.
That's right.
So,
You have
this is what the
miscalculated.
world considers to be treasure.
Okay. Attempt number 2. Maybe I should take this with me.
Stabilize.
I think this is for something else. Oh god. Rear Stuke. Hey, I'm free. Thank goodness for that. So...
Rise!
I don't know if that's gonna be close enough, but...
Quake!
May have wanted to zoom back. No, it worked. There we go. We solved the puzzle. We solved the puzzle. Lost Valley. Now I have to solve the other puzzle inside the cave. Is this just gemstones down here? Oh. Yeah. There you go. Secret treasure.
Stabilize.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Oh, no. No way. This
A
might
touch of frost.
continue into the chasm. Well, let me activate the domain so I can teleport back, and then we'll check this out.
Stabilize.
Yep. This is the new artifact set. I haven't even looked at this. If it's any worth. Nascent light effect. Sounds almost like you want to use it for someone like Hu Tao, but I don't know if this would be strictly better than having her fire set. And this just makes one normal attack hit do a lot of damage. Oh, this one doesn't seem as good on paper. Anywho. Alright. Let's see if this actually does connect to perhaps what I was looking for. Hi. No, we've been here, so maybe it doesn't connect to the chasm. That's what I should look for. The chasm has had a couple locations where you like hit square in front of like a dungeon entrance, and then it warps between the two areas.
One with my blade.
Might need to find one of those on the surface to get to where we want to go.
Crumble.
Crumble. You need to die.
I will have order.
My will.
From whence you came.
By ordinance divine. No, my sword.
I hope we find long-lost ancient literature.
I get so excited about the idea of long-lost ancient literature. wasn't planning on exploring here today. I'll probably save Shinobu's thing for next time playing this game. I still have all these quests to do. There's so many. Alright. Try and knock this one out at least. One sec. This is because we put the 5 things down. Alright. This one is, I need the picture of the last rock, but I have to find it. This one's in Teyvat, apparently. All the way up there? This would be the best, I think. What quest is even over there? I don't know. This would be a little bit of a hike. Alright, we'll just climb up this ridge and walk around. Maybe I should do this thing over here now while I'm looking at it. Maybe I should check out the edge of the cliff too while I'm at it.
Stabilize!
Fuck.
Rise! Crumble!
There you go.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
Wait, did I miss an item? It don't matter. It don't matter.
Quake!
Oh, I see. I got you. I got you.
Gather!
Rain outlines your... My will embodied!
I am puzzle solving here, if you don't mind. Ah, crap, the rock. I didn't collect the thing.
Crumble! Quake!
Oh yeah, that's all you needed. You just really need the extra... You have to put the star in order for it to
and all the more
resonate.
valuable for it.
Unsolicited. Game's gonna be like, warning! Warning, this is not playable area. Please stop. Any hidden discs up here or secrets that are interesting? There's actually a character up here. Don't call him a weirdo, Paimon. Tong Cho. The Flowers of Foresight. Three days. Have at you, scoundrels.
Guess we're doing this.
I guess I'm doing this.
No, my sword!
You insist.
Take your truth!
Forth, my blade!
This poor guy's not even swinging this weapon.
This is too tough.
This is too tough. I have Sincho on my team right now. Give him a few bird eggs. Aight. This dude is in need of some help. He'll be okay. Or not. Look at all this potential area. Actually, the thing isn't up to here. Are we able to explore this bit? I suppose we are. But is there anything worthwhile? Anyone getting vertigo? Oh no, this kicking us out. That's what I thought would happen. Okay, I want to stay up here and head towards the other quest first. This is gonna be a long trip. Anything down here? That looks like a dead enemy. Later. Damn it, Paimon, shut up. I hate that quote of yours. Go where I please. That's how you know Paimon's really a villain. Because she tries to keep you on a certain path. I can't move. Oh, we're so close to reaching this ledge, but Paimon's being a bitch. God damn it. Paimon, what the fuck? No! Paimon, you're gonna get me killed! I think there's a way you can glitch out of this. Alright, fine. God damn it, Paimon, you fucking party pooper, you. Maybe I should climb up this way. It might be faster. I just wanted to get to the side quest. Alright, Changyeon, we need you to hike it. Good leg workout, Changyeon. Fucked up already. I have no stamina. Can I walk around this? Have I even been here before? This is all a new area, right? I have not been here before. I'm gonna have to come over here and explore and stuff. Well, shit, look at this.
This is order.
This is order.
Ray, outline your transfiguring.
A touch of frost.
Unexpected, but welcome.
Yup. Can I carry more than one of these at a time? I can. Alright, well, get a couple puzzles out of the way while I'm here. Probably something in this tower, no? He's can't. Hey, yep. Oh.
My will embodied.
What's wrong? I have an itch, I do. Now, to meet up with Yonbo in front of the smugglers. Damn, I didn't realize they added all this too. What's up?
Another test subject.
I'm just gonna ignore you guys for right now. Oh, there's a teleporter here. Well, that's wonderful news. I had been hoping. Holy shit, I've reached adventure rank 59 entirely free to play, guys. We are almost capped. 60, I think, is the cap. They haven't raised it yet. They haven't added anything new to the adventure book, too. I'm gonna let this older play because I need to get some rolls in for time's up. Gotta get some keys, some cacks. Something about cooking supplies. I always have to. Ugh. Yeah, hit the food. If they don't have food, they can't do stuff. Right. Always go for supply lines, not the alchemy, not the weapons. Although I'm gonna finish rolling. We almost done. That's a lie. I have a lot of rolls to do. And then I'll do a few more quests. I am getting really hungry though. I didn't take a break this time around because I got started so late. Yeah. It just never ends.
Exorcism uses thaumaturgy and martial arts to conquer evil.
Ah, yes.
There are other means to the same end, but they are not the true way.
My day's not complete unless I hear him talk about this. Clear out the treasure hoarders logistics camp. Hey, is there any violet grass on this mountain? Because I could use some more violet grass. Wait, do I need more violet grass? Hold on. Where is Chi-Chi? I do need more violet grass. She's only 80. I need so much more violet grass. This is a very annoying resource to find. Hey, you guys! Wake up.
Swift and merciful. Take your true form. No, my sword.
I will have order.
I will have order. And by that, what I really mean to say is I will have murder. Oh, so I see. We're taking care of... Okay. I have to handle the other two locations, and they took care of one on their own. Made it seem like the NPCs actually can accomplish something. Impressive.
Solidify.
A touch of frost.
I got careless.
I got careless.
Take your true form.
He's dead.
Spirit blade.
Another test subject.
Al should have paid attention to me.
Picked the wrong test subject.
I would like to read the Amateur Alchemist Diary. Where's this guy who's in combat with me?
One with my blade.
Pretty good at hiding. Just in case this unlocks anything. I'm sure it's just some backstory as to what they're doing. They had a traitor in the ranks. Shouldn't the Millilith be over here handling all this activity? Ah. Furies.
In your dreams!
Damn it, get in there, get in there.
Cryo incarnate!
Forth, my blade! Submit for judgment!
Rain outlines your fate! Let
This is order!
This is
crumble! Just you wait!
Rascal, we gotta get out of here. These guys are crazy. Dropping rocks on us.
take your true form!
I think he died.
Spirit blade! Attack!
More.
This is order.
This is murder.
Was it done good?
Yo, you rascal shall?
Transfigure!
A touch of frost!
Do your master's bidding!
From whence you came!
Probably should have gave her a chance. It's like a unique enemy. Right here.
Ruga day!
Oh, what's up, bro?
Transfigure rain cutter!
I will have order. Rise!
Swift and merciful! Spirit blade! Attack!
They just don't stand a chance. What a sad future you speak of, sir. Though perhaps inevitable. Well done, Schultz.
It was worth the trouble.
It was worth the trouble. What am I supposed to do? Look for offerings? Kind of fragment of treasure map. Hello! Fragment of a larger map that seems to indicate the location of treasure. Man, that could be anywhere. Did I acquire something from that? Oh. Anything else of interest here that I should be aware of? I'll more thoroughly scour the area later. Nothing's highlighted though. Perhaps I should climb up the mountain at least. So I have my work cut out for me, clearly. I need to explore this area, I need to finish Academia, I need to do the chasm, new content's coming. I don't know if it's next week or soon. TM, but I know it's eventually. Gotta hang out with Kooky. What are you guys doing? This is suspicious. You gotta kill him at least once.
Take your true form.
Yeah, this guy is backing up over here.
You will regret this.
Wow. That hurt.
By ordinance divine.
Solidified.
The treasure chest. Alright. It be as it be. So yeah, I'll come back up here to explore all this later. Let's go get our exploration rewards. I think I'll clear off the reputation thing another time. Free goodies, gimme, gimme, gimme. Mihoyo, when does we get more of these? 21 heroes, wit, 2 resins. It's not much, but it's stuff, and stuff is great. We've got 2 packs I can open. Boom! Over that legendary Pharaoh's Shadow. Oh, I was hoping. Like, how cool would it have been if we closed on something epic? Hold on, I don't know my basic. I got a Zinchu last in the basic. So 6, 12, 18, 24, 36, 48. Huh, yeah, I got Wolfsgrave Stone. I guess it wasn't too many pulls ago. It just was a while ago when I pulled it. Back in February. We're what? About 50 in. Get another legendary for free soon.
That pole arm doesn't distinguish friend from foe, and there is clearly a limit to the red ropes.
Alright, need more pictures of fossils. Look for clues Nicolay left behind. Oh yeah, right. Fatui girl's boyfriend. You may find a source of foul energy Zamran describes by following the water. Counter a group of Fatui have lost contact with the troops on the ground, but they don't seem combat able at all and even ask for your help. Oh yeah, I remember these guys, and I was supposed to do something to help them, but these 2 are on the surface. Oh right, this dude now.
That's why I loathe crowded area.
I'm supposed to look for the dude selling jade. It's over there. Dude selling jade. Okay, that's not that far away. I'm too lazy to equip my other item. Faster flight. Yo, is that violet grass? That shit's what I want. What I desire. Oh yeah, baby. 1 violet grass. I think when you pick the violet grass, because of how obnoxious it is to find, it should count as 2 or 3. So come on, I mean, look at the design of the thing. It has like 3 things sticking out. Yeah. Why not make it count as tier 3? Or why aren't there any characters that have abilities when you pick up something you get like double or something as a passive? Warrior Spear. Oh. So, yeah, that stuff for the offerings to put around is just all over the goddamn place. There's a treasure box in there. I'm gonna get it. Treasure box there, too. No, I haven't been here yet, clearly. There's 3 treasure chests nearby. Time to murder some people again.
Solidify! This is order!
This is murder. Only he doesn't fuck around. Open the chest strongly.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
Got another archaic stone. Alright, I'm gonna get this.
Yeah!
Yeah.
One with my blade, from whence you came!
Stabilize!
Okay, thanks for that.
One man's stone is another man's gem.
I'm gonna have to find some artifacts to power up now that I'm collecting all this nonsense. Head to the quest because we're here, and then I'll go to the 3rd treasure chest. There might be another thing to pick up right here. Maybe not. Well, I don't like the looks of this. Please don't make me play a minigame, old show. How could this be? We get 1 dig. It probably doesn't matter what we dig, but maybe there's something amazing somewhere. To carefully inspect each and every diggable spot. I'm gonna come over here and grab this real fast. What? Who did I piss off? You can't just start combat music like that. That's crazy. Alright, obviously we'll dig the center. dig up a bunch of explosives. Ah, yeah, it probably didn't matter. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I thought something else was gonna happen. A little whack-a-mole action. Oh wow, that's the first time they gave you the option of fucking fast travel to your guy. Awfully generous, miHoYo. Awfully generous. I guess there was a little trick to his game. Jack of no trades. Sounds like I can play his game some more. Oh, I'm pretty sure it was just this. It wasn't that far from here, right? So I claim that, There was one, yeah, that treasure chest. I just want to get that while I'm thinking about it. That'll probably be the last thing I do for the evening. This is 1:46, turning early. I'm trying to start stream at my usual time I like to start. So that we can, you know, maybe... Here, hold on a moment. Gonna grab some, so we can maybe do some SNES quests and a little bit of SNESing. Bum 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 bum. Anyway, I probably gotta kill all these guys. Start with you.
Take your truth, swift and merciful. Cryo incarnate. Submit for judgment.
Rain outlines your...
Been frozen, fool.
Adepti treasures have special powers. What about mortal ones?
I don't know, you think mortals really left that treasure of ancient artifacts there? Just some magical artifacts.
Crumble!
Oh yeah, right. I have the solution for this. C2 Zhongli. I can make two things. Wow, I fucked that up super bad. No. Genius! Oh, I'm so genius.
Certainly worth the extra mile.
All part of my calculations, because I knew that was gonna happen. Yep. Definitely gonna take credit for that one. Pat myself on the back for a job well done. Alright, any more distractions in my immediate vicinity before I call quits? Nah, not really. I'm just gonna go back to Mondstadt here. Guys, thanks for watching, hanging out. If you enjoyed the quiet evening of Genshin, I still have more stuff to do. Slowly thinning the list, but yeah, there's a lot more to do, so I'll get another Genshin video up sometime, probably a recording. And yeah, probably do some SNES tomorrow. Hopefully. All goes according to plan. It never does.